Okay, so today we're going to take this AI and attempt to teach it how to use fish traps. So as you see here, we have one Gesius the Hun, however you say that name with a few docs. And our goal is going to be to get this AI using fish traps. I got an AI script over here. And I'll be swapping back and forth between these two and hoping that OBS doesn't crash, because OBS has been crashing a bit. Actually, what I kind of want to do is... I'll just do this. Fishing ship is less than 30. We're just going to have the AI train a bunch of fishing ships. And restart that and reload the AI. And we see in the queue that it's training the fishing ships, so that's good. It is listening to me. I have my tooltips on. Funny enough, we can't actually click the buttons to train stuff while the AI is training stuff. But, oh well. Oh yeah, and one fishing ship. I don't think there's a way to stop fishing ships from exploring. One is just always going to be exploring and not fishing. Right. So we want to do some direct unit control. And I have the same file open on two areas because I want to access it twice. So we got timer. Timer to control how often DUC to check for fish traps is done. Or docks and fish traps is done. Right. And I think we have to put a small buffer to make sure it doesn't start right at the beginning of the game. So we'll say game time greater than 5. Timer is not running. And you're also going to need some goals. Make the user patch goals first. Or the UP search goals. There. Find local and find remote. Outputs. G. This will be the goal for doing the DUC. We also have some initialization of that here. Set goal G do DUC 0. And here we'll end the DUC. Hello, Haranara. Thought you can teach the AI to sing Never Gonna Give You Up. You probably can. Actually, that would be very easy. I'll do it right here. Chat to all. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. G2. What line was that? Line 44. goal. And there you go, the AI is singing, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down. What a wonderful AI that is. Alright, let's remove its vocal lessons, instead go back to what we were doing. Let's just chat to all. Start the unit control. You will end it. And we're likely going to be spammed with lots of chat messages. And every couple seconds it'll chat that. Alright, good. And what I want to do is find the 6 northernmost docks. That'll be some type of like dynamic thing as we go. I want to put fish traps on them. Dolphin over the water. You like the title? Oh, I should have put some dolphins in this scenario. I think I just plopped down whatever fish I clicked first, the salmon. Dolphins make some pretty loud noises though when they're jumping over the water. Age of Empires. Oh, this is guard to determine whether to execute rules in the DUC section. Execute is such a violent word for running a program. We're gonna execute these rules. Put them in the siege manager line of fire. Salmon. T90 likes salmon. Alright, so we want the northernmost docks. So we'll make some North X 105. 106. So you put X and Y coordinates in consecutive goals and you make a pair of goals. And I'm also using constants starting at 100 instead of 1 because some of the stuff I think the user patch needs them to be in 100. So I'm just gonna go with 100. The northern corner of the map. And I'll set them here. North 119. Hey! Oh, Fat Slob from Sweden. Thank you for the sub. This would be for it. I think this might be a small map, but I'll just use the tiny coordinates. It'll be close enough. North Y, North X. This will be 0. Oh, we might have some potential fat slobbing in. Something I'm going to announce next week. Our early access? No, I wasn't given early access. I don't think they like me very much. I'm kind of bluntly honest when I review their products, so I don't think they like that. Alright, so that'll be north of the map. Goal G, do DUC. On. I think we'll wait in there. Here to aid a noob and Mike Empires later. Well, I'm pretty sure the community managers all know who I am, considering I've shared a mattress with Turkman before, and that Ash sent me her resume before she applied to the job, so I think they are aware of who I am. Let's see. What do I think of the DLC from what we know? I'm looking forward to the campaigns. I'm not too interested in new civs and stuff. Like, I've just seen so many new civs over the years and custom mods. I don't really get excited for civs anymore. Campaigns I think are going to be fun. I'm more looking forward to campaigns. Part of me wishes they just do a DLC for existing civs that don't have campaigns yet. Like, you had a really good Chinese or Persian or Byzantine campaign. You're on the same boat. Hello, Tay. Yeah, Tay, they need to give Tay access. You can figure out all the speedrun hacks before the scenarios go live. What was I doing? I was going to... I want to get the 6 northernmost docks. Gets the 6 northernmost docks. Hello, Hectornis. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're going to use a loop. And so AI scripts don't actually support loops, but what they do support is jump statements. We have a whole list of rules, and we can jump from one rule to another. The closest we've ever seen to an elephant-only Civ. I think the closest we got there was that Civ Builder show match, when everyone went elephants on Nomad. Yeah, I guess I'll primarily write in here and just goals over there. And I want to... Reading chat while trying to think is difficult. Okay, so we get the 6 northernmost docks. Should probably make this bigger so that people can actually see it on the stream. I don't know how big or small it is. Right. Alright, we're getting the docks. So I'm going to need a loop variable. There we go. About the text size of chat. Okay. So now, if people watch on a phone, this would probably be impossible to see. I remember back when we did the escape events, Nilly had the huge 1440p resolution, and we ran the poll, and we were like, "Which do you want to see?" And about like 80% of people were like, "Yeah, we much prefer the bigger resolution." But then we realized that the people who didn't, it was completely unwatchable for people on a phone, so we went back down. Alright, so we want to loop over docks. So set goal G I to be 0. And we'll grab here G doc loop ID. Will index of the doc loop. Or this will be... Oh. Hello. Some VS Code doesn't like something there. UP get rule ID. And doc loop ID. I wish we had autocomplete for goals. So what this will do, it'll take the ID or the index of this rule. So the AI script is a list of rules, starting 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And it'll get this index and store in this goal here. Oh, hello, Maxos. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the Teaching an AI to Fish stream. So we're going to store it in that rule, and then at the end of the loop is the Shadows of Calparea custom AI. Oh no, I am waiting for Shadows of Calparea. That is, I am more excited for that than for any DLC. So we want to get the number of docks we want. And the number of docks at which we'll build fish traps. Six of those. I'll not local G, while our index is not equal to the number of fishing trap docks, we're going to continue doing this loop. Why do AI suck at Nomad? They probably struggle to build the TCs, and they probably struggle to do a decent build order without direct unit control. And it would probably take a lot of time to write a good Nomad AI. I don't know if Promi has invested into that. Yeah, that's the great thing about Shadows of Calparere. I'll be able to play it on the user patch, so I won't need to do it on DE. I'll actually be able to click the units under my TC. I'm looking forward to that. Let's see. So while that's not going on, I guess we'll write the end of the loop. Let's write this will be end loop doc. And so we get to the end, we want to actually that's not what I want to do. There. Scriptors are mad and the map is nomad. That's as good an explanation as I could have thought of. Alright, so we're going to get this. This is going to start the loop. This will be the first part of the loop where we loop back to from the bottom. The loop index and jumps to the start. Let's just copy that. And UP modify goal. Add 1 to it. And jump direct to the loop ID. There we are. Alright, so we'll do here UP full reset search. We also need to find the number of bound docks. Oh. G bound docks. And this should actually be compare goal. Be very careful about what I type. Alright, so the number of docks that we find. Set target point North X. At some other point I'll have a distance to filter by, but I don't need to do that now. UP find local docks. I know. I'd love for more people to play the Relics of Atheline. That would be wonderful. Defined to G. Nope, this is a constant. Entrap docks. Get search state G local total. Modify goal. G found docks equal to local total. All right, so this is going to clear the search, going to set the target point to the north. Going to... Actually, wait, I think that we... Yeah, it's going to find any docks, and then we need to do UP clean search. Search local object data distance, and sort ascending. We had some beautiful mods. Played Jurassic Park for hours. That is true. That is very true. And we're going to get the yeah, I'll complete that. Search order ascending. Good. So we get the... This would be in the future if I want to filter out by the... Oh, why not just make a goal for that? G max dock distance 112. And this is not going to be def const. These are going to be def goals or set goals. Let's give that a big value now. This will be clean search. Data distance by that. And we filter by the G max dock distance. Oh, and Neufel, thank you for the sub. Everyone's resubbing today. Am I teaching the AI to decide if it's worth to fish? I'm just worried about the fishing part right now. Alright, so we get docks at the north. So just to make sure that this is working, I'll just do UP chat data to all, UP set target object search local G:, G-I dock ID actually we need to do UP get object data ID, make a goal for storing stores data, and now we get to see how many mistakes we have in this AI script by reloading it in game. It's always worth to fish. Oh, did I seriously not have any typos there? Well, it's gonna run. Three. And if I start deleting docs, what happens? Oh, and the IDs change, good. And now we found fewer docks, so we now get down to 0 docks and nothing's being created. Build some docks for me, and we'll build more docks, and then they'll start popping up there. Oh, look at those fishing ships pop out. And okay, we got the docks there. Good. That looks pretty good. Let's also print the X and Y coordinates. This will be... point X. Point Y. Give a man a Malay fish trap and he'll feed for all his life. Before the nerf. I gotta open up the chat menu to read this stuff. Okay, so dock 3 at 8761. 8765. Is this working? I gotta find a good spot in the chat menu. Okay, just for testing, I'm gonna increase this interval to 30, so I'm not spammed as much. There. And so these docks all have the same X coordinate, but they have different Y coordinates. Did I get early access? I did not. So 8761, 8765, 8369. Are these docks not in the right order? '87, '87, '83, '81, '78. I had to figure out what map coordinate this dock is at. So what did I have there? 8761. I'm just gonna place a palisade somewhere to scout. UP can build. I wish I could just enter integers. And that was like 90, 61, like that. Can build 0. Build line 0. Test X. Palisade. Build that palisade. We'll do some debugging to figure out where on the map we are. There. It's not getting that dock there. Why not? Unless, like, if I'm searching for over here somehow? That dock should be picked up by the search. Let's maybe... Ah, okay. What I need to do instead is what's happening is I'm finding the docs based on their ID, but I'm only finding 6 docs, and then I'm sorting them. What I need to do is find more docs, and then clamp the number I've found. Is there like a max or a min? There is. G or and trap doc. So I need found docs to be set equal to the min of those two. Yep. And then I just find dummy point for testing. Who needs early access when you can code AIs? Exactly. Tay knows what we got cooking up on the pipeline to be announced next week. Oh, did I say thank you to Neufel earlier for the Prime sub? I missed you. Thank you very much. I should make sure I have my alerts on this VS Code scene. Okay, so we're maximum possible number of docs the AI could build. Max docs, I don't know, like 25. And this will be max docs there. And now we should get that top doc. All right. 87, 57, 61, 65, 87. Okay, now we're getting the docs, and let's actually make sure we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 docs. Alright, now we're just gonna start deleting stuff. Actually, we will shorten our timer again, back from 30 down to 3. Then we'll do the delete stuff test. And hello, Kasakir. Welcome, welcome. And yep, we'll delete that. We should only get 2. And we did get 2 indeed. Delete that, and we should get 1. Got 1. And just delete that 2 to make sure it doesn't crash anything. That looks good. Now we'll put that doc back. We'll get some more docs. Got that one. Oh, we got the fishing ships popping out. We get 2, we got 2. That one at the bottom, we'll just make sure we got anything that looks like they're in the right order. Build one at the top. And we're getting all 4. I'm just throwing a bunch more docs to make sure it's still getting only 6. Should get like these ones at the top. Am I a developer? I am a programmer, yes. Let's see, we got 87, 57, 89. Oh, no, IDs. 81, 54. That looks about right. 73 would have been one of the later ones. No, 87 would have been one of the later ones. 73 would have been one of the earlier ones, which was down there. And then 62 down there as well. And then 88, 86, 81, 87 would be the later ones up here. All right, that looks pretty good. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you would have spit out all the fishing ships. Then we make that one, and then that one. That one kind of, or those two probably spit out the fishing ships. That one would have been done at the end and excluded. Let's make one more, and we should see the top ID. Vim or Emacs. I used to use Emacs with Vim key bindings. Now I use VS Code with Vim key bindings. And that 90 right at the top, that looks pretty good. Cutting off the one at the bottom to get slightly higher. Yeah, okay, it looks good. C or JS, Rust. Alright, so I think we've gotten the docs. So at this point, this sets search local to the 6 northernmost docks, sorted ascending by distance to the north. Count that as C. If you need, why use JavaScript when you can just compile Rust to WebAssembly, right? Okay, so now we have at this point. Although writing AIs is much closer to writing assembly than it is to writing a higher level language. Mostly because to do loops, I gotta use jump statements, right? That takes some getting used to. This is giving you great insight into what the rest of your team spends all day doing. That's good to hear. Alright, so now we have those docs. What do we want to do with those docs? Alright, so now we want to, for each of those docks, this is just going to be temporary, right? So we're going to loop over the docks again. Oh, wait, I didn't do anything with the docks when I looped over them. I want to get the traps for the docks. So I need to get 116. Nope. 117. Each dock, I'm just gonna make 3 fish traps. So like trap 0x, trap 1x, 17, 18, 19. I mean trap 0y. 20, 21, 22, 23. This will be trap 2. Variables for holding the points of a dock and its 3 fish traps. If you use goto in C, then the compiler legally can slap you. Oh, I've used goto in C before. Back in when we were writing operating systems in college, you could see the code that I wrote at the start of the project was very neat, and the code that I wrote the day before the projects were due was filled with gotos because I had to get it working very quickly and hackily. Alright, so get the target object, up get point, position, object, doc x, yeah. And also, I still don't really know what I'm doing with AIs. I've just started writing them this week, so we're just experimenting and seeing what we can do in them. Still use goto in C++. What you really got to do is program in Java and then use the labeled breaks in your loops. That'll really confuse people. Copy point out G trap 1x G dock x, and then we modify goal G x add, or no, I subtract 3 from it to move it down. Yep. And then I want to copy point G trap 0x subtract 1, and then we'll do this for point 2, but we add 1. You want me to lose your job with that Java code? Well, if the Java code works. That code is literally going to produce no output, but it can at least not crash the game. Oh, it didn't crash, so that's good. I don't need that. I don't need that test line there anymore. So you're yeah. Well, I mean, generally you should probably avoid go-tos, but I mean, they can be useful for breaking out of nested loops. Although if you're doing that, then you might want to reconsider how you write the loops. But let's see. We want to goal G do DUC 1. So we want to skip this. And if we in build line build there we go. And we'll just copy and paste that. And oh, I missed some zeros there. 0, 1, 1. That should be 1, 2, 2, and 2. And now, if we're lucky, we might see fish trap foundations. Oh, D. Oh, what line was that? 142. I've written 142 lines already. I've, of course, copy and pasted that. Using VS Code does make me miss Emacs sometimes. Oh, look, we've got them. They're appearing at the 6 northernmost docks. And we even have the wonder of there's a shorefish there blocking placement, and it's not being placed. Beautiful. Now, there's one problem with this, though, and that is this. So we're going to have to assign fishing ships manually to build them. But the problem is I only want 6 docks being fished. And if I add this dock, it's going to make more fish traps up here. Yeah, it is. I don't want that. I want only... If I have these here, and I add more docks, then I don't want fish traps at these northern docks. So what I think I need to do is store the IDs of docks and then move them. And like if I build new docks that are not in those IDs, yeah. And only loop over new docks. Okay, so what I want to do, I think, is store a list of 6 docks. Initially populate it with the 6 northernmost docks, and then whenever that list has an empty spot in it, that's when I put one of those new docks into that spot. Yeah, so this we'll save this for later. And so what I think I want to do here is on the over here where I'm defining all of these constants, I'm going to need a list of docks. I'll start this at like 300. So start a list of docks, of dock IDs, stored in goal 300. fconst list start goal 300. Whole number where the dock list starts. I think that for each dock, take 7 spots. First, make 7 goals. The first goal is the dock ID. The next 6 goals are pairs, with the first goal the ID of a fish trap, and the second goal the ID of the fishing ship assigned to that fish trap. Yeah. So in total, that's 7 times 6 equals 42 goals. Occupying goals 300 through 341 inclusive. That's, say, 6 docks times 7 goals equal times 7 goals per dock. We'll have our dimensional analysis cancel out correctly. All right. Hello, Muddy Ho. I'm surprised I got people watching me mess around with AIs in VS Code. And I got nothing to test there. I just wrote comments. Okay, so list start goal be 300. And these goals are initialized implicitly to -1. You don't watch, just listen. There's AoE 1DE music playing in the background. Oh yeah, I made a playlist of various AoE 1DE, AoE 2, and Age of Mythology music tracks. Creating dungeon maps in the background. Yeah, I feel like that's a nice thing that like people can do. They can just have a modding stream open while they're doing their own modding. And Obuk Gaming, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having fun stripping armor from people IRL. That's another thing the chat filter did. One time I was talking about the Obuki to Ornlu in game, and I was like, they strip armor, but the chat filter gave me they strip armor. As it doesn't like me talking about stripping in game. Anyway, let's see. So we're gonna have those docks there. Have those loop variables there. Fconst goals per dock is 7. Yeah, I remember that. There was like some controversy over how those categories were merged. Am I going to continue them? I do have one I need to continue. I have 2 of them that I've started and planned out, but I haven't had time to make the videos. And I also, maybe for the new campaigns too. And we'll see how that goes. And UP. Yeah. A little awful. What I'm doing now is I'm just building the fish traps on one side of the dock. But yeah, this is a good point, using the cross as the pivot to move it around to get them on all sides. Right now I'm just trying to assign a certain number of docks to have fish traps. I only want them on 6 docks. And I'm trying to save fish trap IDs and fishing ship IDs, so that if the fishing ship or the trap or the dock is killed, it rebuilds them and only builds them on 6 docks and keeps the docks to the north of the map as far as possible, because that's where the AI will be furthest away from the player. All right. Tried this in the DE AI and ran out of goals. Yeah, 512 goals is not a lot of space. And we consider it like 1.0C had, what, like 50 goals? That's, you definitely run out now that we have DUC stuff. So goals per dock is 7. So we're going to loop through the docks, but it's going to be a much different loop than this. Comment that out. And so what do we want to? I think we want to do start. We have another loop here, that's for sure. So I'll still set that loop variable there. Just all tricks to create fake goals. Oh boy. Let's make the loop independent from the thing before it, so I won't set the state there. Or do I want, because this is kind of like part of the loop, because that's still the initialization phase of the loop. I think actually what I want to do is that's like an initialization phase for many loops. Yeah, we'll do that. Set the loop counter to... Actually, we want to start at list start goal. I guess I can reuse that doc loop ID. Yeah. And make sure that this variable is not equal to the end of the loop. And then I can just like hard code that there. List end goal 342. Like that. Or actually, I could make that not a constant. I could make that a goal. And calculate it down here. But I think that's probably fine. As much fun as all the new user patch features are, they mean I have to spend more time writing AIs. Alright, so this will be how we do stuff in the loop. And then at the end, we'll end the loop by actually the first thing we'll need to do is up get rule ID g, what did I call it? Again, gotta be careful what I type when I type the word doc. Doc loop ID. And at the end, we will modify goal. Add the goals per doc to get it to the next index in the list. Yeah. Is it looping or shuffling? Because this one just played. It should just have a different tracks on it and loop them. I don't think it just played, but I'm also not paying close attention to it. Goals per doc. And let's just up chat data to all. Oh, 10 to 15 minutes ago? Did it? I think maybe some of them just might sound similar in some parts. I don't think I repeated it. We're about to hit the end of it, which has been going on for about an hour. So let's see. Goals per dot. I need to jump. Up jump direct. The doc loop ID. And that should print out 6 times. Let's just see if that works. Okay, that it is working good. So now, if the doc does not exist, then place the next doc from the local search into the slot. variable is 0. Index into the doc goals. This will be the index into the local search. Okay, so this rule is going to require also up compare goal j not equal to g found docs, so we don't index outside of that search array. And so all of those are true and not up set target by ID. Let me double check what Cheeses sent me the other night. Make sure I'm doing this the way I think I am. Yep, set target by ID, G colon G dash I. So this will returns false if the doc does not exist, e.g. no doc was ever assigned or the previous doc has been destroyed. There. And so we're going to assign doc to the index and then increment g dash j. So do that first. Up modify goal +1. Nice and simple, and this will be another goal this will be the set target object search local. So first we'll get the ID of the jth object in the search list. Get object data ID. Assigns the doc to the index I. This increments j. Yep. And I guess it's not going to have any output from that. Oh, but we did crash stuff, so we know that we did mess stuff up. Alright, so now we gotta figure out why that's crashing. Let's do some chats here. Might have to reload the game. ID. You have to close the program. Relaunch DE. Unable to sync with Steam. I ain't taking no for an answer, DE. You're gonna launch. Here we are. OBS takes a second to load. There you go, fishy. And before we load that, let's just hope that it's not going to crash again. So before we were just printing, I guess we can do this here in another rule. Like that. And not access that right now. Oh, thank you, Fanny Bunny 69 for the follow. Yeah, we were at 3.9k followers earlier. We might be getting close to 4k. I'm just gonna print out I and J. Okay, that is looking good. And without modifying anything, we're just going to print out the... Not gonna get to that yet. The set target object, search there. And Stroid93, thank you for the follow. Let's make sure. Let's print the number of found docs here. That should be capped at 6. Found docs 6. Why is that looping? Oh, because I put it in the get rule ID part. Okay, that's just a dummy thing. It's fine. Maybe I also need to check for the Apple GJ. Put that there. Oh, and Letterbus, thank you for the follow. And one of my I want to see found docs printed once. And then this printed once for every number of the found docs. Hello there. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Alright, that looks like it's working. Let's delete a whole bunch of docs now. That should be printed once. Oh no, it's being printed many times. Why is that? Ah, because I'm not stopping it at the found docs. I need to be, I need to construct the endpoint of the loop. Yes. Yes. G dot loop end goal. The ending goal of a doc loop. The index of the final. The index goal number after the final found docs data point will be 300 plus a multiple of list start goal plus multiple of goals per doc. There. Hello, Arandai. Alright, yes, we are creating an AI for the game. We're trying to get it to make fishing traps and use them. If you make farms, the AI auto-assigns villagers to farms, but it doesn't auto-assign fishing ships to fish traps. So we're trying to debug that. Or not really debug it, but write an AI that does that and debug that AI. At most list and goal. So I'll write some conditions on that variable. I need a better way of documenting the indexes of the goals along with the allowed values inside of those goals. The value is the goal number after the final found docs. Goal index. That's better. Try to chill and watch. Well, hopefully at least we get the chill Age of Mythology music in the background. Don't I put all the def const at the beginning? I do. But the problem is there are constants and there are also goals, which are variables. But you need to define a constant to hold the index of the goal and then dynamically set the value of that goal. So right here where I have set goal G north x 119, I have above that north x is defined as 105, or G north x is defined as 105. So here I could equivalently write this line as set goal 105 119, but that is very much not readable. So instead I'm defining a constant to equal the goal index, and I could define a constant to be the goal value, but when I'm just doing some testing here, I'm not going to worry about that too much. In some ways, that's just creating an extra constant to plug in there. Yeah, I know, I did see that, and I also came to the conclusion that I didn't know of a way that it would be helpful in this situation. Why don't I just copy the farm code? Because that code is not part of the AI. That code is hard-coded into the game. Your goal is always 105. Well, that's a convenient number to use as an example there, right? Did AI already beat humans in the game? Well, when I was a child, I lost to the AI. But is there like a non-cheating AI that will beat Doubt? No. Some people were working on machine learning stuff a few years ago, but I don't think that really went anywhere since the definitive edition came out. Yeah, exactly. You can just write build farm and the game does everything for you. You can't even write build fish trap. You had to use, or at least I had to use build line to get it to work. Or UP build line. Alright, so where was I? I was just figuring out why this was not reaching the end of the list, or why this was not terminating correctly. And it's because I wasn't finding the, I wasn't multiplying to get the end. So this will need to become... I write my to-do here. Initialize end condition. UP modify goal. This is G. List. Doc loop end. I'm just gonna call it doc loop end, so I don't need to type as much. Doc loop end. Run UP since it can run faster. Yep. What inspired me to do this? I'm making a scenario and I want to make the AI use fish traps. That is what inspired me to do this. So modify goal doc loop end. First, that should equal equal to the number of found docs, and then we'll modify that again by multiplying it by the constant of goals per doc, and then we'll modify that again by adding the constant list start goal. Alright, so we've initialized the end condition, and we'll just chat that. And then all of these become and this should also be a G, not a C. And that's at the end. Probably just copy this. You wanted to do this, and to do so I realized I needed to do this other very complicated thing, so I did rather than changing the plans. Yep. the true AoE2 experience. This is what you want to do if you want to become the max. If you want to reach his skill level, you gotta reach his skill level with writing AIs too. If you want to truly understand what it means to go pocket paladin as the Cyan player. Alright, so we have set that, and now I think I can test that and see the output again. And hopefully it would only print once per doc now. 162. Needs to be a G there. And 190. Again, needs to be a G. Hopefully I didn't make that mistake everywhere. But I'm motivated to write a new VS Code extension with some more syntax highlighting support. Okay, let's just scroll up and see what I had chatted. Ended number 342 because we found 6. All right, and then we just delete a whole bunch of docs there. Oh, there you go. Found 2 docs, and okay, now our loop should not be crashing. Good. Into the slot, okay. Now, we can uncomment this, and we need to debug it without crashing the game. This is just a debug thing. That's a comment. And now we have the proper bounds of the loop. We'll get the item from the local list, save it into this list, chat data to all, modify, yes. Could I briefly explain what I am doing? I am trying to get I'm trying to get 6 docs and save them into a list, such that if I want to get the 6 northernmost docs and save them into a list, so that if I later build more docks to the north of these docks, I'm not going to change that list. Is that I hate it? Oh, no. I would love loops. What I have instead are jump statements, or jump commands. I can jump to earlier rules and use that to make loops. I don't actually have legit loops. Alright, let's see what that chat's though. Okay. And that explanation probably made absolutely 0 sense. So we'll delete those. Alright, we're getting more docks from down there. I'm gonna be making some fishing ships. I'll make that. Phil's trying to explore. $81, alright. We found that dock. And now we have 6. So if we build another dock up here to the north, that should not be included in the list. It is included in the list. Why is that included in the list? Oh, wait. Let's also print out. That should not be happening because the slot should already be occupied by a dock. That means this does not happen. Good luck. Well, have a nice day, Letterbus. And thank you, Twizzler Muncher, for subscribing with your Prime sub. Thank you very much. If the AI learns how to fish, we can give you some fish to munch on along with your Twizzlers. Alright, so... It sounds delicious. Pretty much, yeah. Exactly, flying to boar. Make fish traps and use the fish traps. Do I need to be using this to get the goals indirectly? I might need to be. This needs to be the indirect goal here. Or does it? Yes. Yes, this is where I need to use the indirect goal. That's it. Wait, teaching it to fish is because, unlike how it uses farms, the AI does not use fish traps automatically. I need need to... Do I need to get the goal indirectly here? Because this is holding... Let me think for a moment. Oh, and thank you Yazid and Wooloo Crash for the follows. Teaching it to fish meant teaching it to code itself. If it coded itself, I would not need to sit here coding it. Okay, now let me think here for a minute. Yes, I do need to use indirect to set the value of this. Create a fishing singularity. Yes, I need to do set indirect goal all in GI G data, and then here I need to get the value indirectly first. So I can use up get indirect goal. And then it's the in goal G G-I, and out will be data. Okay, this is potentially another slot where we might crash the game. How is that loop not dying? Was it because of the... Oh, it was always terminating on G-J and not crashing the game. I thought it would be a good idea to have semicolon as a comment. That is a good question. 176. Yep. Indirect goal. Yeah, I want to take these error messages and actually put them as little squiggly lines in VS Code. So that might be a streaming project, writing a language server extension for VS Code. Yeah, it's very loosely based on Lisp, right? Okay, we broke some stuff there. Hello, Amisha. We did break some stuff. When I set out to write the scenario I'm making, I actually wasn't expecting fish traps to be the hardest part, and they're also the part I can cut, but I don't want to cut them now because I've gone down this rabbit hole so far. This is the least important thing to do because the AI literally only makes ships and doesn't need food. I'll have to have it like sling its allies for food just because it's not going to use it itself. Alright, so what do we have here? I need to think of better ways to debug this. I know there's ways to write stuff to a log file. I'm probably going to have to read up on how to do that. Are there some tutorials for AI scripting? Yes, you want to look at there's AOK Heaven, and whenever you want to write an AI, you're going to want to have this website open. Little sunken cost fallacy, exactly. So let's just review what we've done so far. We start the DUC. We do the local search to get the 6 northernmost docks, and we know that works, and found docks is the number of docks found by the search. Let's just make sure we're still printing found docks correctly at the end. Yep, 6, ending at 342. Okay. And we, at the beginning of each loop iteration, this is the start iteration. This is the initialization. Oh yeah, there's also the tutorial videos on YouTube. They're kind of slow-paced, but they can be a good starting point. Oh, John Slow, thank you for the raid. We're doing something that you've never seen on Arena, which is using fish traps. And we're trying to get an AI to use them, and we're debugging the AI right now. Want to see Arena? I want to see Arena too. I want to see some type of way we can queue just for Arena. I'm not found. I guess I haven't played 1v1s in a recent time to be on the list. I'm normally around like 1700, but then I haven't really played in a long time. Oh, those clown emotes are beautiful. No, there are no breakpoints as far as I know. Oh, hello, Snowman Rick. So we will print these variables here. I am setting them there. And I'll print them at the start of each iteration just to see where we are. Is this because teaching it to fish trap is harder? I think that back when Ensemble made the AI, they just didn't really consider fish traps as something that important and kind of treated them as an afterthought. So they just didn't bother. You're considering getting coached by Fire or Survivalist. Okay. I'd better spend my time memorizing the save tech trees before coaching. Honestly, when you're around that level, like, I'd say what really matters is just, like, you're not really doing much that's Civ specific. You're still, if you do your crossbows, and you just do your crossbows better than the guy next to you, you should be fine. So it's more, I think, just like learning the basics of how to play the game than it is about learning very Civ specific stuff. I think you more just want a general idea of if you go crossbows, can you go up to Arbalest with the Civ? Or are you missing key Imperial Age techs? I think it's like more important just to have a general awareness of what civs have, like the tools that you want, like crossbow, arb, thumb ring, and what's it called? Bracer. Or if you want to go for the knight civs, which of them have +2 and +4 armor. If I go Frank. See, I feel like people around that level, they are much more comfortable with cavalry civs than archer civs, so I'd suggest trying to learn the archer civs. Survivalist will probably teach you how to do the attack move micro, which hopefully gets fixed soon. But, alright, so the loop. We found 6 docks, end 342. We're printing I and J successfully throughout the loop, okay? And thank you, Zoro Oiviga, for the follow. Let's see, yeah, so I'm getting the number of found docs and the end number correct. At every iteration of the loop, I'm doing this. I'm never changing J. Let's print with that UP chat data to all. Docs of I. That's what that is supposed to represent. Maybe it's a bit dangerous putting that in the chat message, because that's what I think it's supposed to represent, and it might not represent that, but we're just going to do that. Let's see how that goes. There's attack move. Attack move, I think, always has been that crazy, but it just took a while for people to realize that because no one played on HD. Oh, okay, yes, that is doing something. Let me restart that. That's similar to what I wanted to do. And one more. There. I need to make this window bigger. Yep, so it is going to print out -1. And oh, there, J is getting incremented. And here it's not. Okay, that's what we want, I think. Let me look at this UP documentation. There's ways to log stuff to files. Log only works in DE. UP log data. I would need to restart the game to enable logging. Okay. We're just gonna use chat then. Absolutely no idea what is happening. Neither do I, really, if you're gonna be honest about it. So what am I expecting here? I want to print out what that is at the end of the loop. Right, so we're going to do, let's just print out some more information. Chat to all, start iteration. All variable names. I put G to identify them as goals, T to identify them as timers, and then constants I don't put an identifier in the front. I suppose my loop variables could just be I and J, but I also kind of don't want to put I and J directly in the namespace. Maybe I should, and that might make stuff easier to understand. Okay, so what should happen is we find the docs, we get the end of the loop that's happening at the start of the iteration, we find out I and j, we get, that should be -1 for the first iteration, so that should be like I, j, -1. Then we should, in here, get, this should be the ID of the doc that we're assigning to the ith position in the docs list, with this docs pseudo list. And then the next time we go down, the list should all have that ID there. I mean, the doc should all have that ID. Yeah, just the convention I'm following. Let's see the chat. All right, so we found 6 docs. All right, end at 3, start at 300, 0. The doc is -1, so we assign the doc with ID 6, which is hopefully the top one. ID 3, 2, ID 2, ID 1, ID 0, ID 4. I'm just doing scenarios for now. I have not written a general purpose random map AI. That's a bit outside the scope of what I'm doing right now. That's equal to 6, 3, 2. Okay, that is looking good. Okay. So this is, let's note about that. It's 3. That is 6, 3, 2, 1, 0, 4. Just copy that there so I have it. Second pass doc IDs. There, that's more -1. What I'm expecting. And what I'm going to do, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to delete that top doc there. And I don't know if it's fully deleted yet. That's 3, 2, 1, 0, 4. Oh, 6. Okay. And not fully deleted yet. It's still dying. One more. And 6, 3. 6 is still there. All right. Let's give that a few moments to now doc 3 is there. Oh, doc 3 is there twice. So what's happening is I'm not accounting for docs that I've found that already are in the list. So that's 332104. Three, 104. Need to account for docs that already are in the list. Ah, okay. Right. So I can store. No. I was thinking I could store the ID and only add them if they're new, but there could be pre-existing docs that become at the top. Oh, hello, Nathan Kiss, thank you for the follow. Right. So, we need to add... we need to ensure that g of j does not equal... is not the index of an existing doc. Which means we can use an inner loop. And now inner loop, yep. If j, if that'd be the local search of g of j, docs of k for some k, then increment g of j. That's what I want to do here. No, I need different variables for the inner loop. Yes, I do. That's what this k is going to be for. Now we have... oh boy. I don't think this is something I can split up to another file either. As I get better at writing AIs, I'll probably have better patterns for initializing and writing loops. I think we'll do this. Inner loop start and inner loop end. Can we design something like a dictionary for this language? By you indirectly doing things with variables, then yeah. I guess so. All I want to do is loop over all of those docs, check that the thing I'm adding is not in there. So let's name some variables. This can stay the same, although we might want to set the target object here above. I don't want to renumber all these variables. Let's do this. So, is it worth doing that? Probably. It's still going to be lookup. Alright, well anyway, we need initialization, a guard step, and then... and then increment. Nope, I can do UP set goal. This is start goal. And the increment phase of the inner loop will be increment, and then I need to jump. Rule ID for the inner loop. Do I need to go all the way to the end of the docks every time? If they're just going to be -1, then the dock I found in the list is not going to equal them. So that's just a slight optimization that we can terminate that early. Okay. Increment, UP, modify goal, GK, G plus goals per dock. Jump direct, G, inner loop ID. Oh, thank you, Kugelblitz, for the follow. As we're deep into the AI code. Is G dock loop end something I set dynamically? Yes, it is. That doesn't need to be 343. Yeah, that should be something we're referencing indirectly to. No, okay, okay. It doesn't need to be fun like that. Okay. So now... And the guard is going to be also including that. And it's going to be UP get rural ID. Inner loop ID. Yes. Now, this is going to be the body of the loop. Yeah, we just separate our loop into different parts. Perfect. And then... this is AI scripting language based on Lisp. And if we increment J, we need to break out of the loop. So we'll have one more constant. Set goal G is incremented to 0. I also need goal G is incremented. It's to be 0. At that point, we break out of the loop. Now, if the... So, set goal G is incremented to be 1. I spell that correctly. And... yeah, so if we... let's just increment it. UP modify goal. Chase, add 1 to that. And then if we increment it, and we still have another check down there. All right, good. So, value at local. Oh, we don't need to break out of the loop entirely, though. No, what we need to do is make sure that J is... how do I spell incremented? There's an extra... E in there. Yes, I missed the E. I didn't reverse it. That one's right. I still might need to... no, if it's incremented, I need to reset K to 0. removing k if j is not incremented, or we need to reset k if j is incremented. This just becomes a set goal. To where it was at the beginning. Or what instead, what we could do is instead of keeping track of that, we could just jump from that j part when we increment j and reset k there. We don't need to keep track of whether it's incremented there. What we do is we don't need another goal though. Inner loop ID. Inner init ID. There. Increment j. And we jump back to the initialization. Here I set k to the start of the list. Do I want to do that though? I think it might be simpler if I just reset k there. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. Set goal. Inner loop ID. Hey, they will be equivalent. I'm not sure which of them is cleaner. Is all this just a for loop? Yes, it is. It kind of makes me want to write some type of syntactic sugar on top of this to make some type of like pseudo list or a loop and automate the doing of this. At local of j equals docs of k, then local of j is a repeat. So before here, I need to indirectly get the values of local of j and docs of k, comparison in the next roll. I'm so nice that I'm so glad that I have this calming Asian mythology music in the background. That really helps. If we get indirect goal Hello, Kimberly Azula. Happy to see a script. I'm enjoying writing these AIs. That pop-up is not telling me which is the input and which is the output. I gotta go check the website for that. Get in and out. Right. G. Actually, no. What I do here is I do up get set target object search local and j up get object data object data ID, and we write that to g local j, and then I do up get indirect goal from goal k and save that to g docs of k. Then we have if up compare goal local j is equal to the value there, then it's a repeat. So we increment j and we start this whole loop again. And if we ever run out of things to increment j by, we'll get to here and it will be at the end of the list, so that will all be skipped. Okay, so modulo the debugging of we almost surely got that wrong. Let's test it and see if it crashes the game again. Line 219, missing identifier. Oh, I need to say jump to the rule there. Or jump using the goal, yeah. I had too much info, I'm not gonna be able to read it. Oh, it's definitely printing different stuff. I really need a debugger and some breakpoints. So we did get to the inner loop, and the inner loop somehow killed it. Updated all. G local J. Docs K, and we'll chat data to all. Like that. Oh, and that crashed stuff. Alright, we're crashing again. I think that means you're on the right the right track. Oh, wait, no, it didn't crash. Wait, it eventually came back. All right. That means we didn't increment K properly. Oh, wow. Look at that. We didn't crash it, just had to print hundreds of messages. Why is this loop running hundreds of times? Infinite loop indeed. So where's our rule? All right. Well, time to do that again. Oh, there. We gotta wait for it. And this might not actually be useful because I don't think it'll print everything. Oh, it is. OBS has switched to the scene because the game is crashing. Oh, there's the chat message. Boom. So why is K getting to 125? Because we never increment K by 1 or 2. We only set it directly or increment it by a multiple of 7. So how it would somehow be subtracting 1 from itself here is very peculiar to me. 134, 133, 132, 31. Ah. Oh, for a debugger. Alright, let's just not do the body of the loop then. We'll just do the guard part. Actually, let me split this up into separate things. Yeah. I don't know if that makes it easier or harder to understand. There it's pausing again. Let's just press pause and see if that gets input. Wait for the program to respond. I think it might really be dying this time. How is that making it die? We set K to be list start index. And we do UP compare goal. All right, so it's not equal to the end. You get the ID, so that's going to be where we're starting the loop every time. And so that looks okay. And then none of those are true. So we increment K by the number of goals per dock. Let me jump back to the start. It should be here. That's getting the ID. And then we increment K Try printing goals per dock. Well, we know that's 7, and that's a constant, so that can't change. I think what's happening here is we need the body of the loop, because here it's never going to increment j, so it's just going to be an infinite loop, right? So that's, yeah, because k is going to reach the end. And it's an infinite loop. So what we want at the end is either local of j or local j is not in the dock. Like that. Would you want to? No, I would not. This is just a custom scenario AI. The game is still making noises even though it's crashing. Maybe I can spam. Oh god, it's even overwritten my like auto hotkey script. Alright, close. Yeah, so we did have an that probably will be an infinite loop there. So if it equals num docs found, then it's just going to skip the rest of the outer loop. But if it is local of j, then we know that it's not there, so we can store it. Maybe still executing this when j isn't set properly could be a problem. Let's just get rid of some of our other print statements for now. Make this a bit easier for us to see. Ah, Age of Mythology music. Starting the inner loop. Setting K. And now we get to the point where if these two are the same, we get that there's a repeat. So we want to increment j, reset k, and jump again. What if they're the same but they're -1? Well, that shouldn't be -1 because this is only finding existing docs in the local list, and those will only have a non-negative ID number. So if this is -1, then they will be different. And different is good. Well, let me restart the game while I'm thinking about this. Let's just get a better flow. This will be the, I'll call inner get. This here is part of the body. Inner comp inc jump. And let's see what that does. Let's do this too. Print ij and k there in the guard. And then get from the local list, we'll get the j entry. Where am I setting j? The only place I do that is there. And I don't actually set it anywhere in the outer loop, do I? I get it here if I use it. Because I don't want to use it multiple times. I guess that's okay. Yeah, that's the problem, is that it was repeating. So I need to be on something that's not a repeat so that then we use it. That still hasn't had at the end. The slot. Next. Non-repeated doc. There we are. Yeah, so let's... At this point, we have an invariant that local of j is not a repeat. Or that we're just going to skip because it's already found. Back here. Fishy. Do you see Vim bindings in VS Code? Yes, you do, Syntactic Salt. Yes, you do. Let's see if the game crashes. Oh. I really would like that just to print so I can get the trace. Oh. It's... Okay. I think we crashed it again. So somehow that K is being incremented in a weird way. Do I have my goal IDs set so that they're all distinct? Yes. A couple extra lines, those are basically different sections. Can I explain what I want to achieve here? I want the AI to use fish traps by its docks. That is what we're trying to achieve. Using farms is simple, using fish traps it doesn't like to do. So I'm trying to create a list of unit IDs of docks, fish traps, and fishing ships to have the fishing ships position themselves between the dock and the fish trap and use the fish trap. And I'm basically trying to write 2 loops right now, which is very interesting because I don't have actual loops, I only have jump statements. Yeah, and there's no way to like write functions, so the only way I can write nested loops is with nested jump statements. I can't make a label and have it execute other code. At least I don't think I can. Maybe there's some hacky ways of loading other AI scripts, but I don't think that's possible. How many lines of code have we written? At 350. Sounds horrible. It feels kind of horrible. It's also kind of fun. Oh, thank you, Barrivas, for the follow. We're closing in on 4,000. We're at 3,921. Now I need to figure out how to debug this without crashing the game. Maybe someone can write a somewhat high-level language which can compile to this. You probably could write some type of loop construct, as long as you're careful not to reuse the same goal variables within the loop. And you could probably make simple arrays and lists that would then compile to my personality files. Yeah. And we can also just use jump statements. So what I will do, I think, if I get rid of you know what that's what I'm doing. Okay, I swapped the input and the output variables of this rule here. There we go. That's how it's happening. I wasn't intending to assign there. Let me go here. Can AI scripts be embedded in scenarios? Yes, you can. That's exactly what I'm doing here. I have an AI script that I'm using in a scenario. Now we're Balambear the Hun. To 5 seconds and don't crash. Oh, still crashing. Oh, put it. I didn't print it. Actually, wait. No, I didn't. That's not what I did. I did it correctly the first time. Never mind. I'm misreading documentation, thinking I fixed something when I didn't. Yeah, I have it right over here. In goal is first, out goal is second. I had it right the first time. What I am thinking though is if we just get rid of this loop body. I do have doc loop end already set. Yeah, loop ID. One more time crashing that. If we just get rid of the loop body, then it should just work. And we can add that back in slowly. And try to pin down where it's getting stuck. And so this here should be simple, right? And it's the same thing we're doing outside. We're just adding another Iteration goals per dock being down there. Goals per dock, yeah. Yeah, next time I go to do something like this, we're definitely going to be logging to a file. I haven't had to do that yet. But this might be the logging time. Now, this is VS Code. So I can get data off the crashers. Yeah, I wonder if it keeps the log file if it crashes. It does? Oh, nice. Oh, hello, Scorpion. Thank you for the follow. As if that goal do see one everywhere. Okay, let's see if this crashes. And that crashed. We'll get rid of entirely the inner loop. Huh. I'm wondering why that is crashed. Let me look at how to do some logging in this AI documentation here. There's all the codes I need to pass to the game to start it. Okay, I'll add those two parameters and launch. And someone just followed. Thank you, Con Mayo, for the follow. A bunch of rubber ducks. I also have to read the chat, which can be difficult. Now we're going to test logging. Let's just do this to see. Alright, we do that. And where are we? On log test. And I guess that's just going to log it to that file. And I can find that. In my logs folder. I don't have that folder. Oh, but it's not going to be this one. Oh, sort by date modified. It's not there. Okay, well, Attila did not log anything. Do I have to close the game to get the log to show up? It did not show up. Let's just see if I can add that in VS Code somehow. I hit Control Delete. So that definitely does not look like the AI logged anything. And it's not logging anything there. Crash log and log from script. Close the game to let it flush. We'll try that. Hopefully it writes even if I have the file open. VS Code shouldn't have a lock on it. I don't want to debug. I just want it to refresh. Old version of PowerShell, okay. Doesn't look like there's any log data there. Oh, wait. Oh, there we are. We just had to add the folder. But no, not a new file, new folder to workspace. I can't sort these by date, can I? Are they auto sorted by date? I need 2022. That one. And if we look at that, we have AI log test AI right there. Boom. Look at that. On line 5238 when I close the game. Alright, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to take all these other files that haven't been used in forever. Aside from the ones from today. Which look like crash reports from earlier crashes, so I will just get them. I'm just going to delete them. And I'll probably free up tons of space on my hard drive by doing that. Deleted 2,238 items from logs. Now it's just those ones. Empty that recycle bin. And, okay, now I freed up like half a gigabyte of space. It wasn't that much. Is Barbarian broken? So I don't think Barbarian has ever been updated for the definitive edition. So if you play it on extreme AI, I think it probably does, or I mean on extreme difficulty, I think it actually doesn't recognize the difficulty. You probably want to put it on hard and use some of the old civs. So I think on like on hardest difficulty, it used to get the game was just hard coded to give AIs extra resources. And I think Barbarian tried to tribute some of the resources back to have not as big of a cheat. But now on DE, it doesn't get those resources, but it still attributes them back on that difficulty. So it just kind of tributes away all its resources. But there might be versions, I think there might be tournament versions that have been updated, but I don't exactly know where they are. You could probably ask in the AI Scripters stream. I have a link to them. And they have a Discord there you can join. If you go there, there will probably be people who know more than I do. Alright, so now we know how to get the log data. Let's go back to our fishy file. And just for the fun of it, I'm going to take this inner loop. Sometimes you just take stuff and you delete it. And that is all commented out there, right? So V67J, you're just going to get rid of the inner loop. And we're going to have the same problem that we did before. Oh, wait. Okay, no, never mind. I thought I had an idea, but I didn't. That there. All right, let's just shorten this. So now we only have about 250 lines of code to deal with. Inner loop end. Sign J here. And let's just, at the start, we'll log fishy AI script running log data. We want to teach it how to fish, but it's learned how to log instead. It's not the right resource. We want food, not wood. default AI doesn't make fish traps? I don't think so. I mean, Promi might have it do fish traps, but I'm doing this for a custom scenario. So let's get back to Fishy here. And hello, Uhtred. And I've gotten rid of that inner loop. This is all pretty simple there. And this should not crash. If this crashes, then we've gone back to something that hopefully we understand. But crashing would be worrying, because then we don't understand it. Okay, it doesn't crash, good. And Smitty905, thank you for the follow. Alright, good. Getting the iteration there. Now we're going to do start in loop there and end in loop there. I better place more efficient fish traps than you. Let's see if this still works. Well, that doesn't. You didn't notice unless there already was one. Now let's close after that crash and see if we get a log about the crash. Which of these is the most recent? This one? Log test AI. Tokenization wrapping. I can't even move my cursor in it. There you go. Fishy. Oh, here's a log of everything the AI tried to do. That could be very useful. So that's loading the user patch constants there. Invalid negative master object ID passed -1. Invalid gold used. Fishy AI script running log data there. Like 78,000 lines of log debug data. That's a lot of debug data. So many invalid operations. That scares me. Did I comment out the stuff that was crashing? I did. And I should be able to replace some of these with like log. And DC. CBUP log data is formatted or plain text. Well, tooltip, what value do I gotta put there? data 0. I have to close the game to access the log file, but we'll try this then. Oh, hello, Marathon. Yeah, so right now we're just debugging stuff and I'm learning how to use the log files because I was crashing the game with loops. And I think I need to close the game to access the log file, and then it should write a log file. And then once I see the stuff stop being saved, close that, and it should show up here eventually. There we go. And then I find fishy AI script. Didn't log the other stuff I wanted to log. Never log start. Oh, it did log that stuff. Okay. Just have a bunch of stuff in between. Okay. And it's logged that a bunch of times. Okay. Lots of invalid negative master object ID past -1s here in the script. I don't know what those are. Or if it's something I'm doing. Xbox Live context is null. Oh no. Alright, back to opening the game again. So I'm doing the very simple task of trying to insert something into a pseudo list without repeats. So I guess what I'm doing here is it'll probably be easier to explain when I get the game open. I'm going to... Well, I'm making a custom scenario where the AI is going to be in the north. So in order to keep the fish traps safe, I'm going to have the AI find the 6th northernmost docks and build fish traps there, just to kind of limit the number of fish traps so they're not all over the place. And then the way the coast is set up in this scenario, I know it's safe to just check if I can build over here. And this is actually very simple. It's just a can build command. And like if there's a shorefish or land or something in the way, then it just doesn't build it. Or can build line, which is very simple because I don't really need to think of geometry. I can just write 3 lines of, or 3 rules to check if each is open and can build, and then build it there. And the hard part then comes to assigning the fishing ships to the fish traps. And the one thing well, there's 2 things. One, I want to make sure if I have them going at 6 docks and I make more docks to the north of them, I'm not adding in more fish traps. I want them to be limited only to those docks. And second is I need to save the fishing trap and the fishing ship IDs so I can repeatedly, make sure that I have, for every fish trap, if I put it there, I make sure the fishing ship is on that tile between the dock and the fish trap. So I want to move it if it's not there and then have it build and work on the fish trap. I'm going to see how that goes. Excited for Saracen changes? I'm not a particular fan of their imp tech. I just feel like we already have so many different siege onager things. Like, the Celts have bonuses, the Koreans have bonuses, the Mongols have drill, Ethiopians have torsion engines, Bulgarians get cheaper techs, Slavs, they're cheaper. Like so many civs have siege onager bonuses. I'm not a fan of just 15% extra damage for them. The monk tech was kind of useless outside of doing pacifist run on Saladin 6, but I kind of like that it was a unique monk thing for them. I do think Zealotry being Castle Age is kind of nice, but it's also like you need a castle and you need to research it. I don't think it'll be that important. Paper money. I think the new paper money is nice. I'm also not a fan of the Slavs one that makes castles cost some wood instead of stone. Just we already have discounted castles for Franks and Incas. I think they could use something a bit more unique. Orthodoxy at least was a bit unique, even if it wasn't that useful. Alright, so where was I? I was debugging stuff. Look at all this termination. Terminating UI system, time system, Steam system, DLC. Terminating the error handler, terminating the file system. Oh no. Alright, so what were we doing? We were removing repeats from that list. Let's get rid of that start iteration thing. I know the iteration's starting because of this. And what I can do is I want to log I want to do that up here. There. Hello, Mr. Kirby. AI updates. I'm teaching the AI how to make fish traps. Let's see if this works. And yep, that's what we're expecting. And the problem is I delete that and it says 3-3. Yep, and that's exactly the problem. I have that repeat. And we don't want repeats. Actually, if I delete that, then I should get more repeats too. 2-1, yeah, and that's a repeat there. So I need to make sure that when I do this, I need to move J up to a point where it is a new dock, not a repeated dock. Oh, I guess that could be a bit of a problem though. If I'm taking the minimum of found docks here, because then it might still only be iterating over 6 of them. I'll be back in a moment while I think about this. Most new mechanics are through resource attributes and should be not hard coding. Well, that'll be good. That'll be much better designed than hard coding stuff. Only seems to repeat the one dock immediately south of the one destroyed / deleted. That's because I'm finding the northmost dock in sorting them. And the answer is I don't. I shouldn't truncate the list there. Because I might be finding repeats, and the repeat would... Actually, can I? Wait, maybe I can do that. Because if I find repeats, they're sorted. Huh. So let's say I find everything is already there. That means I have 6 docks that I'm fishing at. Yeah, I guess I can truncate that there. Because one of the ones it found was a repeat. But if it found at least 6, then it has to have found something that's not a repeat. Because one of the ones that it had found earlier was just deleted, and that's no longer showing up in that search. So yes, I can keep it like that. Yes. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, wait. Okay, I am doing that down there. Wait. I want my car dealership to stop emailing me. No. Don't need exclusive savings on a car. All right. So, as I'm thinking that that other part is okay. Should we just print all the found docs? Let's do that maybe. Let's see if we can do this very quickly and hackily. Well, the one significant garrison them inside of the docks. Do I use jump? Oh yes, we have a jump down here. Jump direct to go and ride a loop. That jumps up to here. What I want to do here is just print all of the docks. So I guess I could do this. Check that I don't jump too much too little. Well, I am using get rule ID. So that should be, I'm not just hard coding a number into the jump. So it should be jumping directly to where I have that saved. So I think I'm safe with that. I actually can do this again. I'll do 2 loops here. When did it start to crash? Well, it started to crash a long time ago. It was me trying to write a loop, like a nested loop. And I'm just gonna redo that part. What I want here is... I'll be there. This one I can just loop over this one rule. Add one there. So we have, I want to just print the target data. We get yes, it is ordered north to south. Set target object, search local J. This should be modifying variable J. We get object data ID, data, and UV chat data to all. J. Like that. And that should do it. And we'll see what that prints. -1, and then it shows the saved ones. Okay. So that's a good debug step there that I can delete when we're done. Okay, so now we have this inner loop. And I think this was just my debugging stuff. Do I use GData anywhere else? I use it there. Alright, so I do need that. What I should do instead, move that down there. This will be the inner loop. That way there's no state dependency between those two. Didn't crash this. Yeah, I don't have the code that crashes it. Rule when finished with oops. Why not have it always be the first? Because if I do this, right? And then let's say I have my fish traps for these docks. Those are the first 6 docks, right? It's just task you, so you're doing stuff down there. Where are you going? And then I build another dock up here. Now this dock no longer will be part of that list, but the fishing ships are going to build fish traps in front of this dock, like that when it goes up. So the fishing ship would then go over and build it there. Now I could remove fish traps that are not parts of those docks, but I'd rather not leave a whole bunch of unused fish traps all over the place, and I just want to like put them up there. I suppose I could do that and it'd be fine, but I'd rather it not build fishing traps at that dock while these ones still exist. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I missed maybe 6, right? So it would be. So I'd have fish traps at these 6 docks here, and then I create a new dock. All of a sudden, they make 3 more traps there. I don't want them doing that. I just want to leave them on these docks. And that's why we're going through all this. We probably don't need to, but it shouldn't be that difficult, and it's just nice to get some practice writing loops in this language. So start inner loop. So def rule goal g do c1. Skip it if that stuff doesn't work. Well, the thing is, I need to keep track of the docks and the units and the IDs of the units assigned to the fish traps at those docks. So either way, I'm probably going to need to do something similar when I grab fishing ships. I might be able to. I might be able to put a condition in these can builds here. But I still want to keep track of the individual traps. And to do that, I need to add them to a list, and I need to have indexes in that list where I'm adding them. And I still have the problems of adding duplicates to that list. Yeah, so I want to figure this out. UP get rule ID. Oh. Should this be equal to GI? What is GI looping over? It's like fishing. G of I is the current index into the dock list. So we're setting the value there. Yeah, alright, so this is equal to list start goal and UP chat dated all. This looks interesting. Okay. You see the unreadability of the AI files. And actually doing an inner loop here, we're just making sure we get something that doesn't crash. Okay, 300, that looks good. And now we want to let's do this. These, and I also want to compare goal. Oh, let's do that one. Okay, not there. We get rule ID G. And loop ID. I haven't used those two. License it. It's just for a custom scenario I'm making. There's nothing really to take from it. Right. Actually, I'm going to get that, copy that. Jump direct, G inner loop ID. I'm going to increment modify goal. Add 1 to it there. We'll chat data. Dash K. Missing identifier 219. Yep. Restart. And let's see if that works. K is incremented by 1, which is absolutely not what I want. I want it incremented by goals per doc. Oh wait, that's a constant. Did I have a goal there earlier and it was oh, okay. That's what I had earlier. That was a G when it should have been a C. So it was getting goals per doc, which was set to -1 because it's probably an uninitialized goal instead of treating that as a constant and adding it. Ah, okay. There we go. That's the error I was making. We can just rewrite this now that we understand that. Mixing C and G a nightmare. Yes, that explains the -1s we were getting. Aha. All right, so this is the increment and jump part. This is the guard. Initialization, and here we'll have a loop body. And you'll set that chat back. And that should give us the same thing, hopefully. Okay, Ucha trolling in the chat. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Now, we need to get to the J local search item and the Kth saved doc. G local J. Inner loop local variables there. Are we hacking today? Hello, Miss Moore. Nice background music. I enjoy the Age of Mythology background music. Miss Moore, today we are attempting to get these fishing boats to use fish traps in preparation for a custom scenario I'm making. Oh, this is that AOE1 DE soundtrack. Oh, hello, Mesdap. What do I do for a living? I am a programmer. It's a shocker. Alright, so what do we want to do here? I want to loop through those J. I want to get them, right? Languages? I've worked with a variety of languages. I've done Python and Java, C#, and then I've done like a whole bunch of web dev stuff with JavaScript and various flavors of JavaScript. I've also done some projects in OCaml in the past. That's a very interesting language to work with. Let's see. We want to get the value. So get target object, up set target object, search local. Yep, we get that value. Goal. Get object data ID, and we save it in G local J. And next we I guess this actually could be done. I'll just do it every iteration. We could do something more clever. But this will do it correctly, at least. And then up get indirect goal. G doc K. And now we'll print these three. Hello, Cheeseman. This is micro-intensive. Oh, we are trying to teach the AI how to micro its fishing boats, so I guess you could say that. Let's see if it crashes now. Hopefully it doesn't crash. Oh, it doesn't crash. Good. And we're never moving J, so that's good. Alright, I think that is good there. And this... I'd like a snippet for entering a new rule. AI does not use fishing ships well. So the AI, if you like in one line write build farm, the AI will send a villager to build the farm and then start farming it. Fish traps don't work the same way, and the default AI doesn't actually use fish traps as far as I know. The DE AI might have done some special stuff to do fish traps. I don't know if Chromie has worked on that, or Offrow or any of the other AI scripters now working at FE. Scares me that people actually can make any sense of this. Well, once you learn how to do stuff, then stuff starts to make sense. So I want to compare. So up compare goal. What do we want here? G local J. If this equals g.k, then there is a repeat. So let's just do this. Chat local to all, or local to all, chat to all, repeat. So we want to set goal k to be the start again. And we want to increment j. By 1. And jump direct to g inner loop ID. And your elo. Anyone can make beautiful fish traps at any elo. All you gotta do, you place it, you go there, and then you shift Q, and you build the fish trap, and you wait for it to build. And then, boom, you have a nice, beautiful fish trap. Oh, if you have an AI, you gotta tell it a second time to go use the fish trap, otherwise it doesn't use it. There we go. Now it's using the fish trap. Okay, so I will reload the script, and then it should scream repeat at me if I delete a doc. At least I'm hoping it will. Oh, missing identifier 241. That needs to be a G. Thank you, error message. Oh, repeat. I don't think it should be screaming at me about that yet. But, okay. Oh, wait, yes, it should. It should. Because it's setting J to be the not found one. Yes. And if I delete that... Alright, I need to see one more line. 321045. Delete that. 321... Or 310457. Yes, it's giving different IDs. We might have done it. Let's just get those repeats out of there. Oh, Lord DVM. Thank you for subscribing. And continuing with the Baltic Fleet. And we got 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 docs now. And we'll delete those. Yes. All right, let's get some more docs going. Let's get you there. I feel so slow. Let's speed them up with the wheelbarrow and handcart. I don't want you to go up there. Okay, and now if I build this dock, then that list of numbers should hopefully not change. Did it? It did. It put the 84 there. Dang it. I think I also need to... Wait. Well, we solved one problem. Now we gotta debug some more. Let's not use GData. I'll just put this here. Search local, this gets to J. Local J. Not add to the second list if it's already full and none of them are invalid. That's what I'm hoping that this is doing by this one here. Not set target by ID gdoc I. Let's write this here. Chat data to all. Replacing replacing with G local J. There. Ever tried with a vertical monitor? I haven't. What was that first chat message? Replacing -1 with 2. Okay, that looks good. And then we're not replacing anything. Okay. Replacing 3 with 5. I wish I could click on units in-game and see their ID. Is it a must for AI to do anything by chatting to its allies? They can chat to each other, but they also have shared goals, and it's probably better to communicate by setting shared goals. A better idea. Let's just get all the fishing ships out. And we'll delete the docks. There we are. Now I know the IDs will be in order. You didn't build them in the order I wanted you to build them in. I'm trying to make an AI that can use fish traps in a very specific way for a scenario I'm designing. Alright. I don't need that fill anymore. Alright. So 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93. And if I delete them... Actually, no, what I should do, I want to make another ville up here. You build one to the north of this one. Or like to over here-ish? Sure. Hopefully that's more north. And that replaced it, which it should not have done, because the dock already exists. And not set target by ID. Should, in the case that it already exists, this shouldn't be passing, right? Let's just chat this. Knock of I. No, stop walking, villager. Listen to me. There, and this dock should not replace any dock already on the list. Oh, we got lots of stuff printed there. And that worked, it didn't replace anything. Now it should replace it once that dock is deleted, though. Missing 6 with 83. And if I put that there, we shouldn't replace anything. Yeah. Why is that working, but it wasn't working before? That shouldn't replace anything. And it didn't. What? Hello, Grillo Bob. Maybe this is just like the search being weird. This is a naughty villager not responding to me. I gotta turn the explorers off. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we got... I'm gonna build them in that order. That'll be... It's the bicycle repairman. Hello. He's an AI repairman here. Okay. Now this stock, are you going to change anything? It's what, 745, 8990. Oh wait, there is a duplicate there. There shouldn't be 2 4s on that list. So we still got a problem setting that list. And that dock at least didn't replace anything. Oh, we still have a 4 on that list. Let's just hear what the debug chat is telling us. Oh, wait, it's not on the list. That's the local. Wait, yeah, it is there twice. Ships are not making any traps. Oh, I am just trying to identify docks right now. We had traps earlier, but now I'm trying to do the traps in a more intelligent way. You got to use UP build line to place the traps, and I want to find docks to place traps, and I want to not repeat traps if I have docks already fishing. Maybe I don't need to be, I don't need to be truncating that list now. It still doesn't explain some of those repeats. I just go into that local list. Just delete a whole bunch of docs. And actually, just to make the AI less annoying, stop, there. Right. Just delete all of you. So it's only finding one dock with ID 7. It's going to find another dock with ID. Oh, wait, what we should do is at the start of every iteration, let's just print out what all the docks are. How the heck did I just insert a tab? What? How did I do that? Okay. Thank you, VS Code. There's line 36. Oh, I have relative line numbers. So I guess that's the bad part about talking to chat. I can't reference stuff by line number. Nope, because this is a constant. And this is just a goal that's being set equal to that constant. Same thing with the line beneath it. Those are just being set equal to constants. In fact, we'll use this right now. And if I'm going to do this, and I will print out and if I want to increment it, I would have to do like UP modify goal GI goals per doc, and then I'm just gonna do that 2 times. Just copying and pasting is easier than setting up a list. Your latest intro to C++ homework? I taught intro to Python for a long time, and also Java. Oh, do I need to indirectly get the goal there? Oh, could that be what I need to do down here? Get the goal indirectly? Am I doing that already? Yes, I am. All right. Good. No, it is a Lisp-like syntax. I think that's the best way to describe the language. It's more like a configuration file than a language, though. 158. What am I missing at 158? Okay. Yeah, the first time they should have all been -1. They shouldn't be -1 that late into the, well, I guess they are. It's the first time the DUC is running. And yeah, -1. I should get replacing... This loop isn't running at the right times, I don't think. How many lines is that now? 385, right? At least I feel safe in not needing to truncate at that earlier point. Let's just get rid of that. Alright, so we're logging the docks. Let's... And this is just debugging the local search. Okay, yeah, I should just do that before. That has to be a loop though, so I'll just leave it there. So we're getting the docks and the local search there. And then we're replacing the docks like that. Good. And then the next time it prints, it'll tell me what the local ones are, but the docks will already be there. And we're not doing any replacing, which is good. And then delete that dock. And we should see a replace at some point. Replacing. Why are we seeing interleaved chat messages here? Like, docs aren't being printed. Oh, I guess it's not getting the value because it hasn't been initialized. Or because it's equal to -1? Or wait. Why are the docs... It's a different thing that's printing the docs now. It's got to be what I had down here. Yeah. Let's get rid of that. That is confusing me. Replacing 2 with 7. Okay. That is the local list. And replacing 2 with 7. Okay, so the next, there should be a 7 third on the list. Yes, that worked. That worked perfectly. So I deleted dock 2 and added dock 7. All right. Lacing 6 with 5. This is going to be Skynet. I don't think it's quite that advanced. But it should not replace 6 with 5 because 5 is already there. Now 5 is on the local search list, but it also is a dock that's there, so it is a repeat. In this loop. I really wish I had a debugger to step through this. Let it do all of its stuff. Yeah, why are we getting repeats on the first replacement? Oh, I guess on the second replacement, everything should be a repeat, right? So, like, those will be exactly similar. We should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 repeats. How many times did this say repeat? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There should never be more than 6 repeats, though. Oh, wait. Yeah, we need to check all of them every time. Yeah. You should never repeat something already replaced. A special sea battle? There will be a sea battle. Let's do something a bit different now. Let's, I think this will help debug if you actually see the fish traps. Yeah, we're gonna do something different here. This loop is very wrong now. Or was I using GI before? Yeah, alright. Commit this by goals per doc. That's gonna be the doc loop there. Get indirect goal. And not be set target object. They can go full long swords, only as the Huns. By I set target by ID. I. Oh, thank you, Mr. Diego, for the follow. Let's set the target object. That there. I remember someone had an AI that was just a Korean tower rushing AI that just built towers. So, if the dock... So this should be only if the dock exists. Set target by AI. or by ID. So set the target and the dock must exist. Then we get the point to the dock, copy it, set the fish trap points, and then we place the fish trap foundations. Let's see if this crashes the game. Alright, that's putting... Why are there so many docks? Like... Okay, this list should have 6 docks, right? It ends at 342. Is this AOM soundtrack? Some of it, yes. Like... How the heck is it getting docks from the local list and not just from this list here? Yeah, so it's looping to there, and then this should all be skipped at some point. How many times is that loop running? What? Why is it running when it's equal to 342? It should not be running when it's equal to 342. End number. I am printing that. 256, what? Oh, because I stopped making the, I stopped getting the min earlier, that's why. Loop. And... yeah, it's about fish traps, not just about fishing. List. How am I using that throughout the script? As there will be times I don't have all 6 docks. But the way I'm using this, I think I always want to loop over all 6. Is this Vim? This is VS Code with Vim key bindings. Yeah. Every time I'm using this, I'm using it at the end of a loop. I want to just loop over those indices. And I was thinking I want to compute that value dynamically. But if I do that... I never use that. I don't. Right. Equals. Do I have like a num docs? And trap docs, yeah. That was in the AI scripters channel. Do I still have that open? No, but I can. There we are. Missing identifier and trap doc. This can then just be a set goal. And now it's only doing 6 of them. Okay, good. I'm gonna delete you, and you should appear on this dock now. That's good. Okay. And my hope is that they do not appear back here. Well, that dock has to be deleted for fully. Okay. My hope is that they don't appear on that dock. Will they? They do. If I delete them here, they're no longer going to be there. They are. Which dock do they not appear at? They appear at all of them. How do they appear at all of them? There's only 6 things we're looping over. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. I only have 6. Wait. All right, I need 7th. 7th is what I was... There should not be fish traps there. Okay. What do I plan to do with the AI knowing how to fish? I plan to have it, well, fish. That's what we're planning on doing. Okay, rebuilds in there. Now hopefully, I'll not see any appear here. And we don't. We don't see them appear there. Okay, that's exactly what I want. I delete those. Just gonna wait for the dock to go down fully. And they appear there. Okay, I think this is working. When do I plan to do the remaining co-op campaigns to YouTube? I don't know. I'm gonna do them at some point, but just not right now. All right, delete debugging rules. Yeah, I don't need that. How's the part where I gotta find all the debugging code I wrote? Which might be all of it. And now we restart this. Okay. Delete that dock. We are closer to success than we were earlier. Delete that dock. And then they should appear at that dock after this one is deleted. Yes. All right, it is apparently working. I think fixing that loop Did it? Okay. Now we have placed the foundations for the fish traps, which is a good thing. Now we need to do something similar. How we were assigning docks to this list. We need to assign fish traps to the list. Okay, and before we do that, we don't actually need to access the local search here, do we? No. So we need to do here. Make sure foundations have the same ID as fish trap. What do you mean? Oh, I see what you mean. That when they're pending, they don't switch to another unit. Right. It would be great if we could click on something and see the ID. Let's do this via chat. And that I'll have to tell Capture Age to add that in. Oh, looks like they managed to clear the Franks. All right, so I just got some testing feedback on the scenario I'm making. Okay. Set local search to be fish traps, followed by fishing ships. So it'll look something like, ooh. Okay. Because we'll need to get... I guess it'll be like this, like, ending fish traps. I'll reset search. Filter status. Pending. List active. Find. Status local. We'll find at most 18. Oh, I guess we should first maybe like delete fish traps if they're too far from docks. Do that first. So first we'll find the fish traps that are pending. Actually, we'll do it the fish traps followed by pending. Get search state. Modify goal G. Traps equal G. Number of pending traps. And then that's going to be nested loops there too. Oh, hello HRE. We are testing fish trap building. Just saw your chat there. Actually, we can do it. You can do it this way. Why not? Just need to reset the filter. Reset filters. I need to do anything? Nope. Alright. And then where was my... There. Any fish traps, and fishing ships. Ships. I should probably do this at the end after the dock loop. Pending. Live. And ships. I want that in the local search, so yeah. I could just do a unit type count there, but I want them in the search. I need to know where the search ends. And that shouldn't be total, that should be last. Used to resetting that. Right. Where else do we have chats at the start? Invalid identifier. See the list active. Maybe it's active list. Oh. I need a space. There. Genome 368. Chips. There. Okay. Good. Now for every fish trap, we need to do something similar. They're gonna be in that list. Oh, thank you, Sembrick, for the follow. Welcome to the AI scripting stream. And Sharper Guy 91, thank you for the follow. Water build AI? More like a fish build AI, but yes. Or I guess a Black Forest AI for getting it to use fish traps. Hello, Braids or Brads, the double A. I never know how to say that name. Can I find a guide of the language? You can find there is an API reference here. And the AI scripters also have a stream and a Discord that I'd recommend you follow and join if you want to find some resources. Underneath their stream, they have their Discord linked, and they have some tutorials linked in their resources channel there. There's also some YouTube tutorials. And probably some old guides on AOK Heaven. It is essentially a Lisp-like syntax for a configuration file. Fishing ship. Signed. Used to be a member of AOK Heaven so long ago. If no ship is signed, then try to assign one. If a ship is assigned, check that it is tasked to the fish trap. All the custom scenarios use the Immobile Units AI. Oh yes, yeah, which I think is basically just the Persian player from The Lion and the Demon. Maybe that was used a few other places in AOK. This is heresy. It's the only way I can keep track of using jump statements to make loops. And so for each fish trap, oh, no. What I want to do is, yeah, loop over the 8 IDs in this list. What is the specific goal of this AI? The AI is placing fish trap foundations, and now we're going to get it to take the fishing ships and have them build the fish traps by itself. Like that. And if we can do that, that will be absolutely amazing. Default, I don't think the default AI builds them at all. I don't know if Chromie has implemented that. I have no idea how well this AI is going to be coded, or how elegantly coded it will be, but it will do the job. And thank you, Arandi, for the follow. And so let's see. I want... See, I might need to take a quick break and go for a run while it's still nice out. I basically want to loop over these IDs, right? So... Oh, and thank you for using your Prime sub, Raids. Thank you very much. Alright, so let's keep our actual code outside of our debug rule to do, move this debug chat rule. And this is going to be the set goal I to be list start goal. How do I do the not equals up there? It's not equals to the doc end. Let's chat dated all I. This will be variable and jump. Like the German A umlaut, Raids. Or like Brad. Those are two very different sounding letters. I guess that means either one is okay. Alright, so UP modify goal GI add 1 to it. And UP jump direct. I should just have a better variable for the loop. Loop rule ID for jumping. UP get rule ID G loop ID. UP jump direct. Put that loop there. And I'll chat it until it ends, and this should just loop through all those numbers for us. See if it does it. It does not. Why does it not? Can I save the file? What? I didn't print this either. I did not print that. Hello? Oh, you're not chatting anything. Yeah, I chat to me. Yeah, the flying purple hippo from AOM. I don't think you can put 3D graphics into AoE 2, but you can think about that eventually. Like, clearly it's positioning the fish traps. Alright, so we'll put this before the search. If you had a 2D version of the graphics, then yeah, you could add it right next to Stormy the Flying Dog. Okay, there's some ones there. And why is this not printing? Like this... this here should very well be printing. What? Hello? So the search is not working somehow. That's weird. A, B, and C. Yes. Oh. Oh, okay. I changed the wrong variable there. That should be the total, and that should be the last. Should be D. Seeing it in the scroll bar is so satisfying. It is very satisfying. It's also very useful. It's one of those features, like back in the day when I started programming, I didn't have it, and now I have it, and it's like, oh, yes. Okay, and now we, changing those variables seems to have fixed the issue we were having. Let's just make sure that we get the alive and pending values. Got that out. Oh, nice, good morning to you, Soxy. Alive and... It's picking up the, Huh. Why is that not 0? Because if it... There's no way it's finding 17 living fish traps. Is this the first AI ever to do fish traps? I don't know if any other AIs do fish traps, actually. That I don't know. It's not going to do them very elegantly, but I want it to do them. Yeah, Soxy knows what I'm going to have it do fish traps for. Let's just try... I don't need that. Does it find all of them? Yeah, now it says there aren't any. But... if I do that... Any filters left? That's what I'm curious about. They shouldn't be. 17 alive ones. Interesting. Because normally I would expect this not to find them. And, like, clearly geolocal last does get reset in this search when we go for the fishing ships. But here it should, at first, they should be finding 0. Those are indeed different numbers, 128 and 129. That is separate from the other one, so it's not like that's being overwritten. I search for traps twice in a rule. Yes. Because I want to separate the pending ones from the non-pending ones. And just so that we can... just do that. Ah, okay. I think I might need to reset those variables every time I'm doing the... No, that shouldn't make... I shouldn't need to, because that should get reset. When the search doesn't find that. Unless the filter status is still present there somehow? In the end, they all end up in the local list? Yes, that is what I want. And I want these variables to be delimiters of indices into the list. So the pending ones would be from 0 up until num traps pending. Then the fish trap would start there and go through num traps, where that would be the first index for ships, and ships would end before num ships. And then we have to like add them together to get all of the... Or this would be num traps pending plus num traps there, and this would be num traps pending plus num traps from the sum of all three of them to the end there. And I'm not quite sure why I try splitting searches 1 per rule. We could try that. G do. Black Forest Fish Boom? Not quite, but it is going to be hopefully a fun AI. Missing identifier, def rule 359. Oh, I need a closing parenthesis there. Missing another closing parenthesis here. I also need to find like another desk so I can put my not attach my microphone to this desk. I feel like whenever I strike the keyboard, it vibrates everything. Let's see. Still there at 17. What if I like swap this and I do the pending ones here? Okay, so that doesn't seem to matter. I think we had just seen that that doesn't matter, right? Because if I do that, and I don't set that filter first, then what's it gonna say? Oh, thank you, Dago27 for the follow. Now clear it's 0. Like, what? And I'm Navarian, thank you for the follow. So somehow setting that filter, despite then using reset filters. Clear search indices and filter states. Wait for a trap to be finished, maybe? Well, the problem is I need to do this search before any traps are finished. Is this unique to AoE2 script? It's basically just a configuration file with a Lisp-like syntax for AoE2 scripts. Yeah. I suppose I don't need to do the fishing ships at the same time as the fish traps. But I would like to have all of the fish traps and pending ones in the list. Now, people don't use AI scripts on ladder. That is not, that's not possible. You can use them in custom games, though. Total. That would be kind of cool if you could throw a script on the ladder and see what elo it would be. But yeah, it would get wrecked pretty well. Yeah, that's interesting. The total is still ships plus the number pending, but those pending ones are still showing up in that alive. Oh, yes, I was gonna swap that. Yeah, waiting on the machine learning AI. All right, let's maybe new idea. What if I reorder these? I might not understand what's going on there, but we can still work around it, maybe. And we'll do fishing ships. Pending ones last, like that. What am I trying to do? I am trying to write a AI that can use fishing traps. Yeah, as I update it whenever I use get search state to change G local total. And that should change the next 4 after it, which are last, and then the remote total and last. If I understand that correctly. And then... So it needs to realize when fish are finished. It needs to micro the fishing ships to use the fish traps. AIs by themselves will use farms, but they don't use fish traps. Fish trap. So I'm trying to have it do some micro to get the fish traps being used. And now we'll just add the filter in. Oh, thank you, Art of the Troll, for the follow. Yeah, the one gap there. We're gonna see how this works. Normally you get or at least nowadays, you get the fishing ship right on the inside, and then you get it like that. So that's what I'm attempting to get the AI to do. I want each fishing trap to have a fishing ship assigned to it, and I move the ship there and then have it work on the fish trap. It could be used for farms, yeah. The thing is, the AI just actually, like, we'll see if the Vil does it. She might be an explorer. At some point, yeah, the AI just, oh, he used that farm fast. The AI actually just used farms very simply. Total is 19. Oh, wait, how did those get built? Did that fishing ship just go build them? Oh, it did. Oh, now it has them split up, right? But, yeah, the total should be... You're right, the total should be 44. Does find status local not update the search state like the other commands do? It does work with, well, it does work with fish traps, right? Because we just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah, right. That's what we have over. Assign villagers fish trap -1, so that villagers do not build the fish traps for you. I'm really curious now why this doesn't work. I would expect it to assign all of these things to the search local list. Yeah, that's exactly what. You have to stop the vills from building them. Then you have to figure out a place to build them. And then you got to build them. And then you got to task the ship to work on it. I'm very curious, though, why this search isn't working. Maybe you're right, and status pending doesn't work for fishing ships. Let me look at object status. Because we do right now have, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do very correctly have 8 unbuilt fish traps here, right? And that's what this is telling us. We have 8 pending. But the problem is we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 that are alive. Wait, because we should have 17 in total. And it's like it's only getting one of them and not both of them. If I get rid of that and just don't do the fishing trap part, then what happens? Transient idleness when traps touch other traps. I can... And here it's giving us a correct number, 17 unbuilt plus 10 fishing ships, right? And that's doing it. That code I disabled. I didn't have any filters here. Right, so I'm doing the fish trap search before changing the filter status. I could do something like UP reset filters there and there. Is it going to add 7 more fishing ships when it's time to build the fish traps? It is... Oh, actually, we were doing that earlier. I turned it off because it was annoying. That is the simple... I just had to build a bunch of fishing ships there. Building the fishing ships is the easy part. This, I'm very curious about this now. Let's just throw reset filters everywhere and see if that changes anything. And yeah, 17 pending, 0 alive. Oh, that looks correct there. Oh, wait. 15 pending, 2 alive. Now it's doing it correctly. How many times did I reset the search? I just reset the filters everywhere. And I reset the search at the start. Well, that looks correct. If I delete them, what happens? It immediately replaces it, yeah. And pending 1. Depending too. Okay. That seems to work. Okay. Well, we seem to have figured out the search correctly. Can I build them on a grid? I could. But right now, all I'm having the AI do is build them on one side of the dock, because I know that in the scenario I'm doing, they will be safe on one side of the dock. I suppose I could surround the entire dock with them, but I also, I want to leave room for ships to be able to get out of the dock. It's like if you're a human, you do something like this to get them working, right? Think of that. And then if I train a galley, let's see if the galley comes out and doesn't get trapped. Yeah, there we go. Let me still have room for the galley to jump out and do its galleying. Yeah, with one tile gaps like this. That's what I'm going for. So now that we, that's enough chat there. All right. So, what time is it? It's almost 6 p.m. I did want to go for a run today. I'll be back in one moment. I'm just gonna. Alright, it is very nice outside. I'll go for another, maybe 30 minutes or so, then it's gonna be running time. Okay, so we have this. I think we can do that. Or I'll leave that there for now, just so we have something debugging for us. And we know that this works. It prints everything out. Actually, for now, I want that out. Oh, thank you, WolfXYZ for the follow. written 400 lines of code so far. So what we want to do is, first off, if UP. Actually, I just want to check how nice it was outside. This code is pretty difficult to read. Yeah, it's not the easiest. That's fun. That's for sure. Oh, hello, Promi. So I want to. It's going to be a complicated increment the loop variable thing. Did I know Lisp? I've done some minimal coding in Lisp before, but never anything beyond a Tory project. So now instead of looping through all of them, I only want it to loop through the... where is my goals? How old was I? Well, I started learning programming when I was, I guess, in my first year of college, so when I was 18, about 10 years ago. I had done scenario editor stuff since before that. When I was a kid, I had the scenario editor design book. It taught you how to write 1.0C AIs very basically. I'll like find the unit that's being targeted and run it back. You can definitely do that with AIs. I think you have you can determine the unit that's targeting a unit with direct unit control, so you probably could run it back like that, if I remember seeing that in the APIs correctly. So I have this doc here. It's going to be 7 goals per doc. That's 3 things per doc. How can we minimize the copying and pasting that we do? It's not easy just to do simple additions either. I've never played Rocket League now. This is gonna be a huge section of code I don't want to copy and paste, so we'll need to do an inner loop here. Unless I can figure out a clever way to go. I said here I need to go 1 and 3, then 5. I have to I do like this. UP compare goal IG colon. Wait. I need to mod it. Yeah, so we'll do. Start with that for our loop, and I will do, okay. Instead of doing not equal, I think I'll do strictly less than in this one. And we'll have 2 goals here. I'll have one over here. Def const g mod 132 I mod 7. This is going to be modify goal. Set this, set g mod 7 equal to g I up modify goal mod 7 mod by 7. There we are. And here at the very beginning, add 1 to it. There you are. And then it's got here, hello Enderpig. We're trying to make an AI use fishing ships. Should be mod 7. And then here, UP compare goal gmod 7. If that equals 6, then we add 3 and jump. Otherwise, we add 2 and jump. There we are. They don't already? I meant fishing ships use fish traps. And the AIs do not do that as far as I'm aware. They work differently than farms, so you have to kind of annoyingly individually target the fish traps with microing. Let's just write this. Can I explain the program flow a bit? Basically the way it works is I'm basically making a list where the list is 6 docks with 7 essentially variables for docks for holding the IDs of units. Like every unit in the game has its own ID number. You can't see it, but they have IDs like this dock was ID 0, ID 1, ID 2, then it trains some fishing ships, so they have IDs 3, 4, 5, and so on. Right? And I'm trying to make a list of saving all of those IDs so I can assign a fishing ship individually to a fish trap. And right now I just did a search to put a bunch of IDs into a list, and I'm trying to find... I did it with docks already, but now I'm going to do the same thing I did with docks, essentially with the fishing ships and fish traps. Yeah, if that makes any sense. UP chat data to all. G I. Oh, G missing identifier gmod 6. Where did I type gmod 6? Oops. And it's not going to be equal to 6, it's going to be equal to 5. Yeah. Oh, I just saved myself an infinite loop there. It's Using identifier G:mod7. Oh no, I really typoed that. They don't have a zip function like in Python. They don't even have loops. I gotta use jump statements to do loops. And will it crash when it gets to 5 seconds? 1, 3, 5. No, that's not right. Why is that not right? D. Oh, wait. I should be a C mod. And that should be goals per doc. I'll hard code that 5 just because I'm lazy. One, 3, 5. Yes, 5. And this should be C equals 5. Actually, that can just be a goal. Okay, 1, 3, and 5. That's what I want to see. I can get rid of that. And we'll just see if it loops this correctly. And that looks like it does it. Oh, I am a software developer, yes. But this is just a fun side project. 1, 3, 5. That should be an 8, though. Is this actually ever... Is there any documentation for AI scripting? Yes, there is. It is a very useful API reference right there. Yeah, links are turned off because I've had too many spam bots. That is being incremented there. Oh, it's not just mod 5. I gotta subtract the yeah, UP modify goal G mod 7 colon minus list start goal. There. Now that'll be right. There's also a Microsoft Word document that came with the original game you can look at. There's AIs are a lot more advanced than what that document's now, though. Alright, let's actually double check this. So 1, 3, 5, 8, 10, 12, then it skips 3. Alright, perfect. We are looping over the fish traps correctly. Boom. Now we write a very complex loop body. And we gotta think about how we're gonna do that. And I've written almost 450 lines of AI code today. Back when there was interesting stuff on game CDs. Back when you could get CDs with interesting stuff in your cereal boxes. Hmm. No, I think actually right here, before I get into writing that loop body, that is probably a good spot for me to go take a break and take a run and eat dinner. But if you're curious what this AI is intended for, I'll have an announcement of something next week. So it's time for me to go enjoy the nice weather today. And let's find someone whom we can raid. That was fun. I'm enjoying the AI scripting. Oh, and thank you, Mike or Hizal, for the follow. We'll go, is anyone doing stuff in English? Oh, there's the official Age of Empires 4 stream. Yeah, we're not going to host them. We could host, we're going to raid. I don't know if anyone plays Doom, but we're going to raid a guy who raided me earlier. Coincidente. So go say hello. Yeah, I'm not gonna raid 884. I'm gonna raid a guy playing Doom. So go say hello. Some classic Doom. And hopefully I spelled the name right when I typed it. And I'll see y'all later. And we'll see this AI working soon.